Good good Wednesday afternoon, everyone. Lead forecaster Finnegan Gruggett. We have our first tornado warning of the day. This tornado warning is in effect for portions of the viewing area, and you can see as we take a live view, you can see this tornado warning is in effect for Cross and St. Francis counties right now. This storm is Doppler radar indicated. We do not have any ground truth on this storm at the current time, but we are watching rotation with this storm, and you can see Doppler radar is picking up some rotation with this storm. Otherwise, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for the viewing area. Let's go ahead and focus on this tornado warning. This tornado warning, again, is in effect for Cross and St. Francis counties until 2:45 p.m. So as we take a look at current radar, and as we take a look at the wind products inside the storm, we are watching some rotation across western sections of the viewing area. Again, western, Cross, and St. Francis counties, you can see where these light blues are meeting the darker greens. Those are winds moving away from each other, and you can see how we can get some rotation with that. So we are watching rotation across western sections, northwestern sections of St. Francis County, and southwestern sections of Cross County. Again, nothing confirmed on the ground, but radar is indicating some rotation. Again, western sections of Cross and St. Francis counties, these storms are moving very fast, so if you're in the line of this tornado warning, you want to be getting into your interior room, your safe place, and I believe we can pop up the severe weather safety tips real fast. Here they are. Make sure you're staying away from windows. Go to a basement or an interior room and make sure you get under sturdy furniture. And if you're on the road, be sure you abandon any cars and try to seek sturdy furniture, as we are seeing some pretty good rotation with this storm, and it is causing some concern. So we are going to continue to monitor this cell here in the Weather Center. But again, be sure to stay away from windows. Go to the basement or an interior room, as we are monitoring this tornado warning just west of the viewing area. So again, tornado warning in effect for western sections of the viewing area. And as we bring it back to current radar, you can see, again, we are watching that rotation. Rotation is just northwest of Caldwell and just west of Colt. If you're in Caldwell, Colt, or Wynne, Arkansas, you need to be getting into your tornado shelters now, as we are looking at some pretty good rotation on Doppler radar. So Wynne, Colt, Caldwell, getting your tornado shelters or interior room as soon as possible, as there is that potential for a possible tornado, and we are watching some pretty good rotation with this cell. And again, this is west of the viewing area, Cross and St. Francis counties, and you can see we're watching this area of rotation west of the Memphis metropolitan area, but this tornado warning has pushed into the viewing area, St. Francis, Cross counties, Caldwell, Wynne. You guys want to be in your tornado shelters or an interior room, as we are watching this cell. Forest City, Arkansas, and Madison, just south of this warning. You are clear from this tornado warning, but we're monitoring this cell very carefully. We have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings across the viewing area. Now, as we take a look at our radar rotation product, you can see we're watching a pretty good area of rotation, northwestern sections of St. Francis counties and southwestern sections of Cross County. You need to be getting into your tornado shelter as the storm is racing off towards the east. Colt, Caldwell, Wynne, you're in the path of this possible tornado. Pretty good rotation on Doppler radar. Be sure to get into your inner room, interior room, or better would be a storm shelter, as we could see a possible tornado with this cell. And then taking a look again, parking up towards the northeast, you want to be getting into your tornado shelter, as the storm will be approaching you shortly. And then Round Pond, you're right on the edge of this warning, so be sure to seek shelter as you're right on this warning. But I would be more concerned about central and northern portions of this warning. So Wynne, Arkansas, be sure that you're getting into your safe place, as we're watching some pretty good rotation. And as we take a look, we can take a look at how high this storm is. 38,000 feet. So this storm is pretty high. and you can see almost up to 40,000 feet. So this is a very strong storm. Tornado warning on it due to the potential for a possible tornado. Nothing confirmed at the current time, but it is something we will be monitoring. Regular reflectivity, and as we take a look at base velocity, still some rotation here, but it doesn't look nearly as strong as earlier, and you'll be able to see that at base velocity. We're not seeing that hook anymore that we were seeing earlier. You can see earlier we were kind of seeing some notching, but as we go back to the current radar, you can see rotation seems to be lessening just a bit, but we're watching this notch here. That's where the current rotation is. When Arkansas, get into your tornado shelters, as well as Colt and Caldwell, and then Forest City. Right now, you are in the clear from that tornado warning, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, so you may want to move inside. But areas under that tornado warning, head into your tornado shelters. And Parkins, Round Pond, you'll be wanting to start to head to your tornado shelters as this storm will be quickly approaching your area. And another product, we've been receiving questions about the hail in this storm. Right now, hail will be across northern sections of this storm, just west of Wynne, Arkansas. Some hail possible, maybe dime to pea to possibly quarter-sized hail, but overall, the hail size is not very impressive. But you can see with all these storms, lightning counts are approaching 500 lightning strikes. So quite a bit of lightning strikes with this storm. But again, if you're in Colt, Wynne, or Caldwell, be heading towards your tornado shelter. And as we take more of a regional perspective, you can see we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning in effect for the viewing area, and we're still monitoring isolated cells. These cells across portions of Fayette and Tipton counties, they are not severe at the current time, but we're watching some lightning, and then we're watching cells developing off towards our southwest. I believe we may have got an update on that tornado warning. They're canceling that tornado warning, so as we were saying before, rotation appears to be weakening, and it's weakened enough that they are canceling that tornado warning. So right now you are in the clear, no tornado warning, as they just canceled it for Cross and St. Francis counties. But other than that, we are still seeing several severe thunderstorms across the viewing area, and we're still monitoring the storms off towards our southwest. Those will be pushing off towards the northeast later this afternoon, and those could pose a severe weather threat. But right now, main threat will be those 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and this tornado warning should be popping off the screen shortly. I want to focus on these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings before we take a break. But you can see again, those areas that were under that tornado warning are now under that severe thunderstorm warning, main threat, strong gusty winds. And we can actually take a look at some of these winds. As we look at the winds inside of the storms, I'll try to get some of these winds up. Right around 69-mile-an-hour winds with this storm. So the storm is well over severe limits. We have not received any severe weather reports with this storm, but 69-mile-an-hour winds with this storm. So be sure to head indoors if you are in the path of this storm, as strong gusty winds are expected. Otherwise, nothing to report currently in the way of tornadic activity. But again, we will continue to monitor the latest here in the Weather Center. So again, numerous showers and thunderstorms across the viewing area. Nothing tornadic at the current time, but we need to monitor these cells very carefully, as some of these could produce a few isolated tornadoes later this evening. So taking a regional wide look, scattered showers and thunderstorms continue across the viewing area. A few severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect. Again, right now the main severe thunderstorm warnings are for Crittenden, Cross, and St. Francis counties, mainly due to large hail and damaging winds in excess of 60 miles an hour. Tornado threat right now appears to be low, as that tornado warning was canceled as we saw that rotation weaken. So we are going to continue to monitor the latest weather information here in the Weather Center. And if anything does change, again, we will continue to monitor the latest here in the Weather Center. I'm lead forecaster Finnegan Gruggett here at the Mem 9 Weather Storm Center. Stay tuned and stay safe. Good Wednesday afternoon, everyone. I'm lead forecaster Finnegan Gruggett with a severe weather update. We're watching a confirmed tornado on the ground entering Tate and Marshall counties. Confirmed damage also with this storm. A large tornado is on the ground. Let's get right to it. This is a particularly dangerous situation with a confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground entering our northern Mississippi counties. So let's get right over to the Doppler radar so we can do some coverage. You can see this is a very well defined storm, and this storm's continuing to move off towards the northeast at a very high rate of speed. Holly Springs, the storm will be at your doorstep around 4:20, and as we take a look at this storm, Tyro, Bar, Wyatt, you need to be in your tornado shelters now. We have a large tornado on the ground, and you can just see the hook on this storm, a very large hook. And as we take a look at base velocity, incredible amounts of wind shear with this storm. We have very strong rotation. You have to be in your tornado shelter. A large damaging tornado is on the ground with reports of injuries already coming into the weather center. So you need to be getting into your tornado shelter if you're in the path of this severe thunderstorm and a confirmed large and dangerous tornado. So Wyatt, Bar, Tyro, Waterford. Then as we go off farther towards the northeast, Holly Springs, you're in the path of this tornado. You still have a couple minutes, but get into your tornado shelters. We're watching this very impressive tornado on the ground, very strong rotation with this storm, and we can actually look at the winds inside of the storm real fast. Shear of 117 miles an hour shear approaching 120 mile an hour winds with this storm. Over 120 mile an hour winds with this storm. Very strong rotation, and you can see these colors go in opposite directions. One goes towards the radar and the other goes away from the radar. So you can see how we can get a strong circulation, and storm spotters have confirmed a large and dangerous tornado on the ground entering portions of the viewing area. Wyatt, Tyro, Bar, you need to be in your tornado shelters now. A large tornado is headed right towards you. And then Holly Springs, I would start thinking about getting into your tornado shelter as this storm will be quickly approaching you. These storms are moving at a very high rate of speed, 65 miles an hour. This storm's moving towards the northeast at 65 miles an hour. And I'll try to get some roads on here so we can get some roads of the possible tornado. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the Shelby County metro area, but this tornado warning is confirmed on the ground, so we're going to focus on this tornado warning. And as we try to get some roads on here real fast, excuse me for 1 second. As we try to get some roads on here, be sure to get to the center of your house if you do not have a tornado shelter, preferably a tornado shelter, as this is a large tornado causing damage across southern sections of the viewing area. So as we take a look where this possible tornado could be, Rooks Road, and let me try to find a cross street for you. We just got a new update in, and that's even more concerning. Very strong rotation, a confirmed strong tornado on the ground that's pushing through southern sections of the viewing area. And let's get some wind speeds, 72 miles an hour with over 112 miles an hour. So almost over 180 mile an hour winds with this tornado that is currently on the ground causing damage across southern sections of the viewing area. Tyro, Wyatt, Bar, you need to be in your tornado shelters now, as well as Waterford, Holly Springs, and the tornado warning stops just east of Holly Springs, but with the current track and the current strength of this storm, that warning will be continued off towards the east of the viewing area. But again, tornado warning in effect for southern sections of the viewing area. Let me pop up tornado safety tips for you real fast. So again, confirmed tornado on the ground, and here are some tornado safety tips. Stay away from windows. Try to go to a storm shelter or a basement. If you do not have either of those, try to find an interior room, go under sturdy furniture, If you're on the interstate, we've been receiving reports of possible traffic jams. If you're on the interstate, try to get off the next exit and find sturdy shelter, as this is a large tornado and you do not want to be in your car for this tornado. And this tornado continues to push off towards the east. So I'm going to try to make a storm track for this tornado. And I'll get some cities on here so it'll be easier for everyone watching to get information about their city. But Wyatt, Bar, Tyro, getting your tornado safe place now. Como, Sardis, tornadoes off towards your east. Nothing imminent for you, so you're safe from your tornado position right now. But again, very strong rotation with this storm. And again, as we take a look at your latest tornado safety tips, stay away from windows. You need to go to a basement. If you do not have a basement, you need to go to an interior room or a storm shelter. Storm shelter would be best, but if you do not have a storm shelter, try to find an interior room away from windows and put a helmet on, as most tornado-related deaths are caused from the damage, not the wind. So as we go back, I have a storm track on here for you. You can see Tyro within the next couple of minutes. This storm will be on your doorstep. Tyro around 4:19, and then as we approach the 4:30 time frame, Marina right around 4:38. Holly Springs, our storm track has the storm arriving close to 4:50. I think that's way delayed. I think the storm will likely be on your doorstep within the next 15 minutes. So Sardis, you're in the clear, but Bar, Tyro, you need to be in your tornado shelter place now, as we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Tyro, you need to be in your tornado safety place now. And as we take again a look at this storm, very concerning, large tornado on the ground. And as we change back over to reflectivity, you can see we're watching a very big notch on this storm, and this storm continues to push off towards the northeast. Holly Springs, getting your tornado safety place now. I would not be surprised if we even see some hail on the northern side of this confirmed tornado on the ground. This is a classic supercell, nothing around it stopping moisture from flowing into the hook, and then we have very strong rotation. And actually, we can take a look at possible hail within the storm. We are looking at the possibility, possibly some quarter-sized hail currently entering the Tyro area and portions off towards the north, areas like Bar, Wyatt. You could be picking up some hail, but the main concern right now is that possible tornado. Very strong rotation signature here, and that'll be impacting Tyro within the next 1 to 2 minutes. You need to be in your tornado shelter now. A tornado is on your doorstep. If you do not go to your tornado shelter, life and property loss is possible, and we've already received numerous reports of damage and injuries. Wyatt, this storm is right on your doorstep. Bar, tornado shelters now. You seem to be on the northern extent of this storm, but I still want you to be in your tornado shelters until this storm moves off towards the east. Holly Springs, Waterford, you need to get into your tornado shelters now, as the storm is moving off towards the northeast around 65 miles an hour towards the northeast. Very concerning. Multiple injuries already reported. And as we take a look at a new product we've received over the past year or so, this product allows us to look into the storm. The radar sends a beam horizontally and then vertically, and we can get a picture of if we see any damage in the storm. And as we take a look right now, it doesn't appear like we have a lot of damage, but we could still be looking at some small amounts of damage. But right now, nothing in the way of major damage. Taking a look at this product. But again, main storm here, and what reports are we getting? My producer was saying we have reports. But again, multiple reports of a confirmed tornado on the ground. Rotation is significant off our radar product right now. We aren't getting anything really in the way of damage, but confirmed spotters have reported. We have confirmed reports again of this tornado on the ground, hail across northern sections of this tornado warning, again, where you see these bright colors, likely hail falling at the current time. And then we see this large hook. Where that hook is where we'll likely see that tornado. Wyatt, Bar, you need to be in your tornado shelters now. The storm looks to be right to your south if you're in Bar, but Tyro, the storm's headed right towards you. You need to be in your tornado shelters now. It's right on your doorstep. And then as we take a look farther towards the east, Holly Springs as well as Waterford, you're in the path of this storm. You need to be getting into your tornado shelters. And as we again look at this, tornado warning in effect for Lafayette, Marshall, Panola, and Tate counties. This goes until 4:45. This will likely be extended into the next couple of counties if it holds its strength. But right now, continuing reports of a tornado on the ground, large, causing damage. And overall, we're not seeing really much in the way of lightning with this storm. Some lightning where we're seeing that tornadic circulation, but on the north side of this storm, just some large hail, nothing in the way of tornadic activity on this northern side of this storm. Tornadic activity will be on the southern side near Wyatt and approaching Tyro. Those areas need to be in their tornado safe place now, and we just got a new sweep in. Again, still concerning large amounts of rotation, very strong rotation. Wind speeds inside this tornado would likely be in excess of 120 miles an hour, and this storm continues to track off towards the northeast at 65 miles an hour. A very fast storm. Tyro, this tornado is moving right into Tyro. Wyatt, you need to be getting into your tornado shelters now. Confirmed large tornado on the ground. We've been talking about this for the past couple of days, and it's coming true in front of our very eyes. Large tornado moving through northern sections of Tyro. Wyatt, you need to be in your tornado shelters. And then Holly Springs, start to get into your tornado shelters. And we have a new warning coming in. I believe this is a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northeastern parts of Shelby County, southeastern parts of Tipton County, southwestern parts of Haywood County, and northern sections of Fayette County. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning. I want to focus on that storm for just a second, and then we'll come back down to this tornado warning. But as we go further off towards the north, Collierville, Germantown, you're currently picking up some heavy rainfall, nothing severe. But as we go farther towards the north where we're watching that severe thunderstorm, you can see very strong, very heavy rainfall rather, and we're getting some indications of very strong winds on the northern side of this. Mason, you're going to want to head inside as we're seeing some very strong wind gusts. Braden also, and then Galloway, you want to be getting inside as you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, very strong winds approaching this area. And as we take a look, I'll try to get some wind speed measurements from inside the storm. Doppler radar showing the possibility of wind gusts approaching 80 miles an hour in some locations. Very strong winds across the northern half of this warning. And then the southern half, main threat right now will be the possibility of some large hail. And earlier we were seeing some brief rotation, but it looks like all that rotation has dissipated. But it's something we will be monitoring. And taking a look at hail, Braden, very large hail, possible quarter-sized hail is pushing right into Braden. So large hail pushing into Braden, and then that hail signature will likely continue to slide off towards the northeast. The warning was possible severe thunderstorm with wind gusts approaching 70 miles an hour and quarter-sized hail. In Braden, you will likely be picking up the quarter-sized hail within the next 1 to 2 minutes. And then Mason, some small hail is also possible, but it looks like the heaviest hail will go right towards the south of you. This warning is in effect until 4:45 p.m. this evening. So several warnings in effect. Braden, large hail is likely pushing into your area. Mason and northern sections of the city of Mason, very strong winds just southeast of Covington. Doppler radar showing wind gusts possibly approaching 70 to possibly 80 miles an hour. And you can see the strongest winds are on the northern extent of this storm. Either way, strong winds approaching 70 to possibly 80 miles an hour. And where you see these brighter colors across the southern section of this storm, that's where you'll likely be picking up the small hail, possibly approaching quarter-sized hail. But right now, our main concern is that confirmed tornado on the ground across southern sections of the viewing area. Holly Springs, you're in the direct path of this possible strong tornado. Spotters have confirmed this tornado is on the ground. It's just towards the north of Tyro. Tyro, still stay in your tornado shelter, but it looks like the tornado is off towards your east. Independence, you're in the all clear, but Holly Springs, Waterford, you need to be in your tornado shelters. A confirmed tornado approaching you. Wyatt, this tornado is right on top of you. This confirmed large tornado is right on top of you. And if the producer could tell me if we have any new confirmed reports of any possible tornadoes. But either way, large hail across the northern extent of this storm with a possible large tornado on the southern half of this storm. And our Doppler radar is picking up signatures of some rotation. And as we take a look at reflectivity just south of Wyatt and north of Tyro, very concerning indications of a strong tornado on the ground. And as we zoom in, I'll pop up some possible wind speeds from this. Very concerning. Let's see, the dark blue colors are going towards the radar, and then when you see these reds, those winds are going away from the radar. So you can see how we get these circulations to form when we have these types of cells forming. So I'll try to get possible wind gusts going away from the radar rather. Wind gusts 30 miles an hour, but going towards the radar, over 115 mile an hour winds inside this storm. Very strong circulation just south of the city of Wyatt and just northeast of Tyro. Again, this storm's now crossing into Marshall County, but still, if you're in Tyro or Wyatt, I would like you to stay in your tornado shelters until the storm moves off towards the east. Very strong circulation, likely a strong tornado on the ground, and storm spotters have already confirmed a large tornado on the ground about 20 to 30 minutes ago. And that's likely, this tornado is still likely on the ground. Very strong circulation, wind gusts in excess of 130 miles an hour with this storm. Not a lot of lightning with this storm. A few lightning strikes from Tyro, and we just got a new radar update in, and this storm's already into portions of Marshall County. Very strong rotation, and as we take a look at our rotation product, it's pretty much maxed out. Just east of Wyatt, you're in the safe zone. It's fine to come out. It still may be raining and some small hail, but the strongest part of the storm is off towards your east, entering Marshall County. Very strong indications of a large tornado. Our radar product is maxed out. Very strong wind gusts, over 130 miles an hour. And let me move this off towards the east and zoom out some so we can see some potential cities in the path of this large tornado that's on the ground. And we are seeing an increased lightning. We are seeing more lightning, but Waterford as well as Holly Springs, you need to be in your tornado shelter now. Confirmed tornado on the ground by weather spotters. And then here in Shelby County, the northeastern sections of Shelby County are now under a severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Haywood, Fayette, and Tipton counties due to the potential for wind gusts approaching 80 miles an hour. So a very active day across the Memphis area. And again, continuing to monitor this likely strong tornado on the ground entering portions of Marshall County, Holly Springs, Waterford. You want to be getting into your tornado shelters as we're looking at a very strong possibility of a strong, large tornado on the ground. And again, we're seeing a major interstate system right here, so I'll try to see what interstate that is. If you're stuck on the interstate, try to get off from the nearest exit and try to find sturdy shelter or a possible storm shelter. US 78 going towards Memphis. If you're going towards Memphis on US 78, you need to be finding the nearest safe place. Go off the exit. If you're stuck on the interstate, you do not want to be on the interstate with this likely large, strong tornado pushing into poor southern sections right now. It looks like of Holly Springs and northern sections of Waterford. I still want Holly Springs and Waterford to be in your tornado safe place, as we see a very strong indication of rotation. Where you see the brightest colors, that's where we see the best indication of a possible strong tornado, and this continues to move off towards the northeast. Holly Springs and Waterford, get in your tornado shelters now. likely a strong tornado on the ground. And as we take a wider perspective real fast, you can see the storms are now off towards the eastern sections of the viewing area, east of Shelby County. You can see several warnings still in effect. Another tornado warning confirmed just south of the viewing area. Main concern, those that confirmed large tornado on the ground across southern sections of the viewing area, entering Marshall County, and then this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southeastern sections of Tipton County, southern sections of Haywood County, and northern sections of Fayette County. You can see clearing continues west of the Mississippi River. I would not be surprised if we start seeing this tornado watch to be trimmed off towards the east. So over the next several hours, this line will continue to push off towards the east. The severe weather threat will diminish from west to east. So once we get these storms out of here, calm weather is expected, but next Sunday we're monitoring another chance for a few stronger thunderstorms. But again, our main concern right now is this confirmed tornado on the ground, and I'm getting indications of a possible tornado emergency. Let me check on this real fast. But again, a strong tornado likely on the ground across southern sections of Marshall County. Confirmed tornado on the ground. You need to be in your safe place now. If you're not, life loss is possible, as we've already received numerous reports of injuries. And to confirm this is a tornado emergency for the city of Holly Springs. A confirmed large and destructive tornado is located near just south of your location, 8 miles west of Waldoxie State Park, and it's moving to the northeast at an incredible speed of 55 miles an hour. You need to be taking your tornado precautions now. Confirmed large damaging tornado on the ground, which will be impacting portions of Holly Springs within the next couple of minutes. Again, this is a tornado emergency for the city, of Holly Springs, and we're getting reports of another possible tornado warning. Stand by for 1 second as I get some more information. That tornado warning is just to the north of the viewing area, but we still have that tornado warning in effect for Holly Springs. Strong, damaging tornado is on your doorstep. You need to get into the interior room if you don't have a storm shelter, preferably a storm shelter or a basement. As with these damaging tornadoes, it's hard for some people to survive in an interior room, as we likely will see destruction, and we've already received reports of destruction across southern sections of Tate County, going into southern sections of Tunica County, as well as areas just to the south of our viewing area. But again, this is a tornado emergency for the city of Holly Springs. A large damaging tornado is on the ground and is pushing into the city of Holly Springs. And this tornado warning continues throughout the next several minutes until 4:45. We'll likely see another tornado warning. People near Ashland, as well as southeastern sections of Fayette County, you may want to start thinking about where to go, as we'll likely see this tornado warning expanded. But a tornado emergency is currently in effect for the city of Holly Springs, as we're seeing a large destructive tornado pushing into the heart of Holly Springs. And as we take a look at current wind speeds, very strong indications of very strong winds. And this storm is continuing to push off towards the northeast. Holly Springs, you have to be in your tornado safe place now. The storm is on your doorstep and it is causing damage, and we've already received numerous reports of injuries from the west. So Wyatt, Tyro, you're safe. Nothing in the way of severe weather at the current time in your area. Heavy rain, small hail possible. Main concerns off towards your east. Holly Springs, just towards your west, a large confirmed tornado on the ground producing damage and injuries. We've received numerous reports of injuries. Again, moving off towards the northeast. Ashland, just to the east of this tornado warning, you'll likely want to start thinking about your tornado safety plans, as we'll likely see this tornado warning be extended off towards the east. But again, large area of rotation, very strong rotation, pushing off towards the northeast. And we've received a new radar update Still strong rotation. It seems slightly weaker than the last run, but still likely a large tornado on the ground, which will likely push into this city of Holly Springs. A tornado emergency is in effect for the city of Holly Springs. A large damaging tornado is pushing into your area. And let me pop up these tornado safety tips in case you haven't gone into your tornado shelter. You need to go into your tornado shelter. You need to stay away from windows. Try to find a basement or a storm shelter. If you're in Holly Springs, it's too late. Go to an interior room if you're not in a tornado shelter. Get under sturdy furniture. If you have a baseball helmet or a bike helmet, put it on your head and try to put a few mattresses on top of you. Get in an interior room, preferably a basement or a storm shelter, under sturdy furniture. If you're on US 78 going towards Memphis through Holly Springs, you need to get off the interstate. A large damaging tornado is pushing through Holly Springs, likely causing destruction and possible injuries. So again, if you're on US 78 headed through Holly Springs up towards Memphis, go off from the nearest exit, try to find a sturdy shelter. There's numerous tornado shelters along that route, so try to find one of those. But if you can't find a tornado shelter, try to find a sturdy business that you can go to due to this potential for a very large tornado. Confirmed reports of a large tornado, and the wind speeds inside of the storm continue to be very impressive. So again, inner part of the house, if you do not have a tornado shelter, preferably a tornado shelter or a basement, put helmets on, put blankets, mattresses on top of you, as we'll likely be seeing confirmed reports of destruction later this evening, as we see a very large area of circulation pushing. It's beginning to approach portions of Holly Springs. It will likely be in Holly Springs within the next 1 to 2 minutes, which is continuing to push off towards the northeast, Ashland, southeastern sections of Fayette County. You want to start thinking about your severe weather safety plans, as this will likely continue out of this tornado warning, and we'll likely see another one come out within the next couple of minutes. But Holly Springs, tornado emergency in effect for Holly Springs. A confirmed large and damaging tornado is on the ground. Please get into an interior room if you do not have a tornado shelter. We have numerous reports from storm chasers of a very large tornado causing destruction. You don't need to wait outside to see this tornado. We already have reports of a large damaging tornado that's currently approaching Holly Springs. So go inside, interior room, preferably a storm shelter or a basement. If you do not have one of those, put helmets on. Go into the most interior room of your house, away from windows, duck inside that interior room. And we're just receiving a new report, or a new warning rather. I'll wait for that to print. And that new report is that severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Shelby County, Tipton County, Haywood, and Fayette County has been canceled, and it's been updated for a severe thunderstorm warning just for northern sections of Fayette and a majority of Haywood County. Strong winds are likely with that storm, but main concern for this tornado warning, a large destructive tornado with the possibility of very large hail and again damaging winds. So if you're traveling along US 78, you want to get off the nearest exit and find a sturdy structure. Tornado likely moving through Holly Springs at the current time, and that tornado will likely continue to move off towards the northeast. Ashland, you want to start thinking about your severe weather safety plan, even though you're not currently under a tornado warning, but we'll likely see that tornado warning extended if the rotation continues to show as it's been over the past couple of minutes. Holly Springs, tornadoes moving through Holly Springs right now. This is a tornado emergency for the city of Holly Springs. Go to the most interior room available inside your house if you do not have a basement or a storm shelter, and put helmets on, cover yourself, blankets, mattresses, whatever you have. Be sure to put shoes on and have pieces of identification, so after this tornado moves through, you will be able to walk out of the damage if there is any. But again, confirmed reports by storm chasers and spotters of a large tornado on the ground. Again, that's why the National Weather Service in Memphis has issued a tornado emergency for the city of Holly Springs. Large damaging tornado. If you're not in your tornado safe place, injuries or fatalities could occur if you're not in your safe place. Holly Springs, tornado moving through the city at the current time. Areas like Wyatt, Tyro, you're clear. You should be able to come out of your tornado safe place at the current time, as the tornado is well off towards your east Waterford. Strongest part of the storm is going to be towards your north, but still stay in your tornado shelter as you're still under that tornado warning. And again, the storm's moving off towards the northeast at an incredibly fast pace. And we just got a new update. Still indications of a very strong tornado on the ground. And it looks like this tornado is going to be on the southern sections of Holly Springs, just south of Holly Springs. If you're in Holly Springs, stay in your tornado shelter, as we have reports of a confirmed large damaging tornado on the ground. Let me get some cities so we can help pinpoint where this tornado possibly is. So, as we take a look at the possible roadways that this tornado could be impacting, as we take a look, the tornado has pushed north of US 78, US Highway 78. The tornado has just pushed north of US Highway 78, impacting portions of Holly Springs, the city of Holly Springs. You're under a tornado emergency, destructive tornado on the ground, and this storm will continue to push off towards the northeast. You may be asking, what are we looking at? This is the winds inside of the storm. These blues are headed towards the radar, and these reds are headed away from the radar. So you can see how we can get some spinning in the atmosphere, and we're getting very good indications of a strong tornado on the ground, and storm spotters have confirmed a large destructive tornado on the ground. And taking a look at our rotation product we have, it's pretty much maxed out. Very likely a strong tornado on the ground, likely just passed over US Highway 78. Let's hope no one was in the path of this storm, but it's looking very likely. We will get reports of damage later on. And again, the storm will continue to push off towards the northeast. Let me try to get some roadways on here so we can help you identify more locally where this possible tornado is. So as we take a look, again, just east of US Highway 78, just south of the city of Holly Springs. Still, if you're in the city of Holly Springs, tornado on your doorstep. Access road is where this tornado likely is, and we just got a new update, and the strongest part of this tornado is just east of the west side of Holly Springs. Still, if you're on the eastern section of this confirmed large destructive tornado, stay in your tornado shelters, as again we likely have that large destructive tornado. Incredible amounts of wind speed in this storm. Very good indication of a damaging tornado, and sadly we're getting reports of confirmed injuries and damage right before Christmas. So as we take a closer look at the storm, I'll try to get some wind speeds to pop up on the map for you. You can see, you can see 85 miles an hour going away from the radar, and we're seeing an excess of 100 miles an hour going towards the radar. So you can see how we're seeing very strong winds within the inside of the storm. So 96 miles an hour wind going towards the radar, and then over 80 mile an hour winds going away from the radar. So that's over 120 mile an hour wind shear. So winds inside this tornado are likely over 120 miles an hour. As this tornado continues to slide off towards the east-northeast, we'll likely see another tornado warning issued for areas just east of this tornado warning. And I want to take a look at that product we showed you earlier, and we're getting very good indications of possible damage, likely a debris ball, as this tornado has just moved through the city of Holly Springs. Very good indications of possible damage. Very sad situation. A big area of likely some damage, and we're just getting a new warning in. That warning is, as we were expecting, that warning is just to the east of this warning that we're currently talking about. But again, based off Doppler radar, good indications of damage from a tornado that has just moved through the city of Holly Springs. And you can see we're continuing to see good indications of damage, and we'll continue to monitor the situation, and we'll be sure to report any injuries or damage. But again, this confirmed tornado on the ground, and you can see where you see this big notch, where we see the brighter colors, that's where we're likely seeing debris. That's called a debris ball. And based off the new product we have that shows possible debris inside the storm, and we're getting another warning into the Weather Center. Again, we still have that warning in effect for northeastern sections of the viewing area, and this warning's for that area. So let's take a look at that area real fast. But our main concern is still for this tornado on the ground causing damage. Reports have come from storm chasers of a large destructive tornado, and we can report based off Doppler radar. We're confirming damage based off Doppler radar near this area as the tornado has just moved through the city of Holly Springs, and it's going to continue to move off towards the northeast. So as we take a wider perspective, large, long track tornado. This tornado started off near Arkansas, Helena, West Helena. The tornado started off in this area, and we've been talking about the potential for strong, long track tornadoes, and it's pushing into northeastern portions of northern Mississippi and southwestern sections of western Tennessee. Right now, Fayette County is not under this tornado warning, but again, tornado emergency continues for areas that are currently under the threat for severe weather. And let's take a quick look at this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the city of Jackson, just outside of the viewing area. But you can see Brownsville, you're just outside of this severe storm. The severe storm just is pushed off towards the east. Still some heavy rainfall possible, as well as some small hail, but the strongest part of this storm is continuing to push off towards the east, and it will be outside of the viewing area within the next couple of minutes. If you have any family up in Jackson, hail is likely with some damaging winds. But again, our main concern right now is that confirmed tornado on the ground across southern sections of the viewing area. And as we zoom into the new tornado warning, Ashland, you're under that tornado warning. This warning's just south of the viewing area, or just east rather of the viewing area, but I still want to cover this warning as life and property is likely being affected. Ashland, you need to be in your tornado safe place now. Confirmed large damaging tornado on the ground pushing off towards the northeast at a rapid speed of 55 to 65 miles an hour. Again, this storm starting to push out of our viewing area, still impacting eastern sections of Marshall County, and will likely impact the area between Ashland within the next couple of minutes. And as we take a look at the latest radar scan, you can see impressive amounts of wind shear inside this storm. Wind gusts likely over 120 miles an hour where that tornado is located. And we just got a new update, and you can see still impressive amounts of rotation. And as we take a look at our rotation product here, our rotation product is pretty much maxed out. And again, we've received reports of damage from storm chasers, and we can confirm damage based off Doppler radar, as we're seeing a large area of debris just east of Holly Springs and just southwest of Ashland. Doppler radar is showing possible debris from that likely tornado that is on the ground, and this storm is probably aloft in the air from when it hit the Holly Springs area, and we're going into a more rural area as we approach eastern sections of Marshall County. Still isolated people are probably still living there, so we want to continue to cover this until this warning is just outside of the viewing area. Still very good indications of a likely tornado on the ground based off of one of our radar products. And we've received a few questions about hail. Hail is possible with this storm, but main concern with this storm is that destructive tornado. Again, this area will likely be dealing with some quarter to nickel-sized hail, but areas just towards the south of that will likely be dealing with a large destructive tornado. And we just received a radar update, and you can see the tornado is starting to push out of Marshall County, push out of our viewing area. Still a big indication of a tornado, that big notch. You have the warm, moist air flowing into the storm, and then you get this large circulation, and we're getting a debris ball with this storm. So again, pushing off towards the northeast, pushing out of the viewing area. This is a rural area, but still people are living in these locations between the Holly Springs area and Ashland. Tornado emergency continues throughout the next several minutes until 5:15. So tornado emergency continues until 5 p.m. A large destructive tornado causing injuries and damage is continuing to push through northern Mississippi. It just pushed through southern sections of Holly Springs, and we just got a new radar update, and wind speed still impressive. but you can see the storm starting to push off towards the east, and it's right outside of the viewing area. So we're going to conclude coverage in just a few minutes as this tornado is pushing outside of the viewing area. Before we take a quick break, I still want to cover the severe thunderstorm warning across northern sections of the viewing area. Brownsville, the storm is just towards your east. You're likely still seeing some lightning and moderate to heavy rainfall. Hail is possible across the northern half of this storm, and then we'll likely see some damaging wind gusts. Also, this storm continues to race off towards the northeast around 55 miles an hour. But back here in Memphis, we're clear, nothing in the way of storm activity. All the storms have pushed off towards the east. And let's take a regional look at current radar. You can see Memphis, Carterville, Germantown, Forest City, and eastern Arkansas, nothing in the way of severe weather. We're going to be clearing from west to east. So as these storms continue to push off towards the east, we'll likely be dealing with clear conditions here in Memphis, as well as eastern sections of the viewing area. Tomorrow's shaping up to be a pretty good day. It will be well above normal, though, and a few evening showers can't be completely ruled out. We'll have that out later in our video forecast, but again, we're continuing to monitor this confirmed tornado on the ground, exiting eastern sections of our viewing area in northern Mississippi, and we still have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect, but that storm's pushing out of our viewing area. So again, we'll continue to monitor the storms, and if we have any new developments for our viewing area, we'll be sure to post them on our Facebook and Twitter pages. Stay with Mem9 Weather for the latest severe weather information. Good afternoon, everyone. Lead forecaster Finnegan Gruggett. We have another tornado warning that has been confirmed by weather spotters in effect for southeastern sections of Marshall County. This goes until 5:30 tonight. Again, weather spotters and storm chasers are confirming a tornado on the ground, and we're seeing a pretty good indication of rotation just northwest of Oxford. You see where the blues meets the reds. That's where we're seeing a general circulation, and we're also seeing the possibility of some small hail with this storm. The small hail would be just north of where the rotation center is. And as we take a look at our rotation product, you can see we're still seeing a very good indication of rotation with this storm that's entering southeastern sections of Marshall County, just north of Oxford. And you can see again, tornado warning continues for southeastern sections of Marshall County until 5:30 tonight. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northeastern sections of Haywood County. I expect the National Weather Service to cancel that warning shortly as the severe weather threat is pushed off towards the east. Now, we are not dealing with anything in the way of severe weather here in Memphis at the current time. The severe weather threat has pushed off towards the east, but still our southern counties are dealing with that potential for a few more isolated tornadoes, and this is another example. We're monitoring the potential for a possible tornado. Spotters have confirmed a tornado with this storm. So, again, as we monitor this storm's just north of Oxford, just south of Abbeville, pushing off towards the northeast. Etta areas just southeast of Waterford. You'll want to be paying attention to the weather very closely. Go to your tornado safe room. Here are some tornado safety tips. Be sure to stay away from windows. Try to go to a basement or a storm shelter if none of those are available. Try to go to an interior room. Get under sturdy furniture. And if you're stuck on the interstate, be sure to try to get off on the nearest exit and find sturdy shelter rather. But if you're not able to do that, try to find a ditch. Do not go under bridges. Many people think going under bridges is better, but going under bridges makes things worse. So again, a good indication of a possible tornado, and spotters have confirmed this possible tornado. Wind shear inside of the storm, or winds inside of the storm, fairly weak but above severe limits, right around 65 to 70 mile per hour winds inside this possible tornado. Again, this is entering southeastern sections of Marshall County. And as we take a look at the latest radar, you can see the storm seems to be weakening some, but we're still seeing that impressive signature for a possible tornado. We're not expecting with this storm a large tornado which is currently occurring with this storm, and it's been occurring over the past several hours, but a brief isolated tornado is possible with this tornado warning. And then here in Memphis, all clear. I expect the National Weather Service to trim this tornado watch within the next hour or so. But again, we're continuing to monitor that tornado warning in effect for southeastern sections of Marshall County. Be sure to stay tuned with Mem 9 Weather for the latest severe weather information. Stay safe.